Buddy, um, wish I'd started a little earlier. It's been really hard at work lately, so I even getting home close to time, I have felt the need to sort of clear my head before starting. I'm feeling a bit groggy, but I will do my best. I mean, one of the things that's really good about this game, and I know this was a an intention behind creating it, is to be pretty forgiving in terms of the decisions that you make, and to basically make a game that allows you to have the satisfaction of the sort of stroke of genius turn, but to give you enough, basically give you enough sort of flexibility in order to achieve that. Hey, Pugporn, good to see you. All right. Oh, that's right. The game crashed. All right, we're wheels up for Kalan to 0200, and I need everyone on the same page, the same sentence before we touch down. Put a wrong foot in Laboli, you piss me off. Put a foot wrong in Kalan, you'll never see daylight again. So let's hear it. Real? Stay canine, head to the vaults, sniff around for mana stockpiles. Good. Ori, straight to the safe house. Lay low, don't set fire to anything important until I get the mana call. Don't set fire to anything till you get the call. Sure, of course. No major fires. Steve? I have a question about my role. Oh, God. More of a comment, actually. I just think I have more to offer than my badge. I know you said it'll help our cover, but if I could be part of the Vault team... I'm not your HR manager, Steve. I don't need you to feel valued. This is kind of like Arc Raiders if you go turn-based and don't have the looting or PvP, and you can't aim. Thank you very much for the resubscription. I'm still very stoked about the new role that you have. I don't know if it's something that you want to talk about inside of the channel, but I have been meaning to ask you what your first day was like, because I know you said you were wiped, but I'm hoping it's good. Work completely sucks for me right now, so I am actually slightly enjoying the reflected warmth of somebody having some good stuff happening for them. So, but we can save that for DMs if you'd rather keep it quiet. I'm not your HR manager, Steve. I don't need you to feel value. I use people who don't need nannying. And if that's not you... No, that's me. Absolutely. It is what it is. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. Sorry, I advanced the dialogue a little bit before I did, but maybe just to get it out of the way. Like, I really, really loved the role that I was in. I've been in it for about 2 years now, and it's one of these things where, like, it was very clearly a good fit, well respected, among my sort of little circle in terms of what I was bringing. And there's been sort of a downward trajectory for a little under a year, and they're ones that I've largely sort of held on to the good times to try and overcome, but they've like really rapidly accelerated as bad for the last little while. But there is some perspective that I can get on this. So like when I worked at the last place that I worked, um at a oh wow, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so sounds like we're in the same boat work wise, Alan Ripley. Um, but yeah, no, I'm super stoked on the cycle. I mean, for crying out loud, you're actually doing the thing so many people, including me, talk about, um, and like you're actually doing it. And that is really incredible. So that I'm glad that you have a little bit of balance. But yeah, so like the previous role that I had, um, it was actually one of the things that I studied in university, and it's a super narrow field, and it's one where I think I can have like a reasonable claim to being, in that very narrow band of experts in the world on it, right? It's one of those things. If you go to grad school, you have like a weird specialization, and very often you don't wind up doing that in a, doing that for work. I was lucky enough to do that for work for a while. But I was like massively underutilized and unhappy in the role. And that's why I went and sought out the role that I have now. And part of that is just the realization that like there may be a position that's like a perfect fit for you. And there may be a thing that stops you from being able to excel in it, right? And this could be a bad boss. This could be, bad coworkers. There's any number of things. But I think one of the things that's really important to keep in mind is, you know, realizing that the world is constituted in such a way that you might be ideal for it, but you will not be able to excel for reasons that are completely beyond your control. It's still, it sucks, but it's good to move on, right? And so that's what I did. And again, I'll acknowledge that, for the most part, for the past 2 years, it has been an incredibly good fit. But I'm also sort of at the realization that, like, especially with things getting this bad this quickly, I should probably just acknowledge that, it is a shame that the good time couldn't have lasted in, in the way that it did, right? I have a couple of thoughts about how it came. I think in many ways this is sort of like an unforced error, but like in the end, right, I don't control these things. What I do control is my response to them. And especially because I haven't really seen the kind of change that I need, but I have seen like movement in the bad direction. I am at a point now where I feel that the reputation for sort of quality of work and maintaining a good attitude for these things, that is still intact. And I think it is much more important for me to, before, like, I am getting really, really discouraged. Like, in certain cases, I will hit levels of stress where it sort of physically manifests. So, like, I was dry heaving this morning. Sorry to be in a little bit more detail than I need. And it's like, keep it together, go into work, do your thing. But that is not a way to stay in a given in a given role. And so it doesn't matter if it's the sort of thing where I'm like, yeah, I was born to do this. If there is something keeping me from being able to do that, then yeah, I should be looking elsewhere. And I do. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm a little impatient on this just because I hit a pretty clear point where I'm like, I don't see this getting fixed. And so I am a little eager to find the next opportunity. And so like a lot of those are lined up for next week. And I'm sort of like, no, we got to get on with it. Let's move on. But yeah, it's, it is what it is. But it does, it is fair to say that a lot of this is one of the reasons why the streams have been starting like an hour plus later than what I would normally want them to be. And it's also why, I do sort of feel, as in terms of my qualities as a broadcaster, I do feel that there has been sort of a retraction in terms of the good stuff that I do. And some of that may be a change in terms of the types of games that I like, or the games that I'm good at. Maybe there are a few skills that I have that have they've atrophied a little bit. I need to practice them again. Whatever form it takes, right? Like, obviously, because I'm not one of these people who will make a living during doing broadcasts, and honestly, I don't find that aspirational beyond obviously making a living doing that. It's sort of correlated with doing a good job and so on and so forth. Um, so yeah, it's one of these things where all of these things are going to sort of feed into each other. And I mean, in the end, this is ultimately a hobby. It's one that I do realize people do subscribe to the channel for. This is one of the reasons why, even if I'm not feeling 100%, I will, I will still like do the broadcast. It usually takes something that physically prevents me from doing the broadcast to do it. But the thing is, like, there's some people who I really like, who watch the broadcast who are based in the UK, and I realize even going an hour later potentially knocks them off their ability to sort of see the show. And I wish there was a better way for me to handle it, but I don't know. I also sort of feel like there is a pretty clear path to improving all of these things, right? Like, as much as I would like there to be a light switch to turn the bad stuff off, that's not going to happen, right? That is probably going to be the product of me initiating change, and specifically initiating change that will probably feel quite uncomfortable. And that will probably be more stress, not less. But as long as it's a movement in the right direction, right, I'm hoping that means I can come back and, I'll be going into work with a feeling of enthusiasm, rather than, frustration or sadness or, any of these other things. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like, I don't want to be too detailed on it, but I think, Ellen Ripley, you and I have talked enough about what your work situation is, and it's 100% a supervisor that's the issue on this. I think exactly the type. um, so um, yeah. Yeah. I really, I do appreciate all the words here. I don't want to be like a sad sack for the opening 10 minutes or so, but like it probably helps to maybe clarify why I'm like losing the plot or being a little more distracted during streams or starting them later. So the big thing is I'm streaming now. You're all here. Um, That's funny. Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, there are people I think quite highly of. Like my previous super, or like my main super, the one who like hired me. They're still around. I still think highly of them. It's one of the reasons I feel quite bad about wanting to go, right? Because there is always that wish of being able to recapture the good stuff. But like I said, it is particularly important to recognize, when those things can't come back, or at least not come back in a way that will, stop you from being damaged. Like, one of the biggest things that I worry about a lot, and this was one in my old job that was a big push factor for me, is I never want to be on a team where it's like, it's a good enough team. It's like, do the work. It's like, oh yeah, that's, it's good enough. I got it in. I don't really actually have that much going for me except the work that I do, which is probably its own issue, right? But I don't seem to have the temperament that allows me to phone it in on something. I am very much motivated by doing the best work that I can. Even if it's something that's like trivial work. It's not like I'm not someone who's doing, super important things. I'm not researching a cure for a disease or whatever. I, like most people, am making a small contribution towards a larger edifice which is, broadly aligned with something I'd like to see, succeed. But insofar as, I get to choose where I'm putting my time in exchange for, for money, I do put quite a high value on my ability to do the best that I can. So much so that, I mean, some of the stuff I'm considering is stuff that um, you know, I, I'll even consider roles that I don't necessarily on paper have the qualifications for, but I feel that there is a realistic chance that I will be able to build my skill to a point where I can excel in the role. Because I mean, like, just some people who know my background, like I've done, the camera department in movies, economics, you know, that that particular career curve was not a that's not a natural progression, right? Um, I have a little bit of computing ability, which, I've never had like a programming job, but I think a lot of people, like in my current role, some people think I'm a data scientist, and I'm not. I basically write, like my job title isn't writer, but like the majority of my output is basically just written documents. And, I some people are surprised to find out I do that because they assume I'm a data scientist, and then there's other people who, know I have the econ background, and so know I'm data literate, but clearly see that I'm not doing the data stuff. So, yeah, it's just one of these things where I'm not necessarily. This is one of the things that's always so tricky, right? Is that I do, if I could, I would 100% jump into like a 1950s style career, right, where you just like work at one company, work your way up the ladder, and you do your thing. um we don't have a world of that kind of stability. So uh the yeah, it's assumed you were working something academic. Yeah, no, that's a fair description of it. Like it's weird to describe what I do, but it's basically research. It's like, and like the only thing is that, like, in the previous job, my job title was economist, and I also did research. Just one of them tended to involve more equations and regressions, and the other one doesn't. So yeah, it's like but yeah, I mean, it's pushing like, it's kind of funny. People will usually call something like that a BS job, and like maybe it is. Um, but I tend to think that it's one of these difficult ones where if you are a specialist on a topic, right, it's not just shuffling around paper. It's like being able to read and understand information and ideally push out the frontier of understanding, further than when you started. And so, it's a little bit like when I talk. And by the way, hello, Revive Snow. I should actually take a minute here and. But yeah, so like, when I talk to someone who's very good at drawing, I will frequently hear them say something along the lines of like, "Yeah, I don't know about AI for making art, but oh, I really like it to come up with like ad copy." Right? And it's like, you're talking to a writer, right? um, and like, it's fine. I'm not one of these people that immediately grabs the torches and pitchforks for AI mentions. But it's like really funny where it's like the thing that they know, and um, it's bad, but the thing that they can't do, it's really good. And yeah, so in my own case, right, like, to a certain extent, if you like, give me a topic to look into, I'll probably be able to go in and look at it. Um, And then, to a certain extent, I think a lot of people would look at what I do, in any of my, my more recent jobs and say, it's like, oh yeah, so it's kind of like what I can get from Copilot. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you can put words in and it'll give you words back. But there will be a pretty notable difference between, at least to a specialist, I mean, I've had stuff passed to me that was done through an AI, and it wasn't the syntax that outed it. I mean, like, AI has a certain style, but like it was the content. It was when I took a look at the claims that were being made, and I took a look at the claims that were being made, and because you gain a certain specialty or you gain a certain knowledge, I'm like, that doesn't really make any sense. And then you go and look at the citation, and then all of a sudden you look a little bit closer at a few of the citations, and you're like, okay, this is all coming together. And yeah, it's the funny thing is that, and I mean, in the end, this is not really about AI. This is more about the perception about white collar work, whether or not it's it's BS work or not. And I mean, again, I can't self-evaluate on this. I'm obviously going to think anything I'm doing is worth it because it's sustaining me, at least financially, if not emotionally. But yeah, just being able to I guess in the end, right, like the fact that to the outside it can look like a job is having opinions or like pushing papers around and sending it off to another individual, to the outside it's like, sure, you can get a chatbot to do that. And then, of course, when you're talking among specialists, and you look at the work, and again, as it turns out, this one I was like, I came back and said, is like, I don't think a person wrote this, is I think what I said. Oh, thank you very much for subsidizing Pugporg's entertainment. Anyway, I should probably wrap up the thought anyway, but yeah, it's one of these things where I don't know, I at least for me can sort of perceive a meaningful difference on these things. But I mean, I think one of the ways where you do become indistinguishable from a chatbot or whatever would be once you start becoming one of those, like, yeah, it's good enough people. So, what do I do, or for Ellen? Ellen Ripley and I actually only know each other for, through Twitch. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Anyway, I'm happy to answer questions and all that, but I know you're all here for Tactical Breach Wizards, so let's do our best. You can throw your pretend cars around when we get to Medill. Till then, you are just a badge. Steve's high-vis robes sags. I still don't get why we're going to Kalan. It's going to be chaos with the riots. I'm not going to draw you a diagram. That's a wrap. We're H-5. Be at the helipad on the dot or you're staying in Laboli. Mission complete. Reach the briefing complete. Sound no alarms complete. Learn Liv Kennedy's next move complete. Understand Liv Kennedy's next move. Let's set ourselves some achievable goals and build confidence from there. Ellen Ripley's yelling at the cloud. The exact same thing happens to you at work and it's maddening. Your entire job is thought leadership, which is supposed to be unique, original thought. LLMs cannot do that by design, and everyone is like, Magic Machine did blog. Yeah, I actually, it's funny. I suppose actually our roles are more similar than I appreciated. I mean, like, obviously in the details it's nothing else. Also, you like have a real job. I rated System AI Chalk randomly because you're both streaming Phantom Brigade. That's true, actually, Revive Snow. And it's only been downhill from there, and I've only come to enjoy your streams so much more. So I really need to up my game. Yeah, no, Ellen. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say I've talked with Ellen Ripley about her work. I mean, her work sounds really cool. um, I just feel like cybersecurity is very topical nowadays. So, um, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. I mean, in the end, like, there's a certain, like, when I think of people who sort of like write for a living, right? You can be a policy analyst, and you're working for a government. And I mean, that could be a city, like a municipality, that could be for the federal government or whatever. But that's basically a writing job. But of course, I don't know. It's like, if it's environmental policy, or I don't know, like military logistics, or like, obviously the content makes an enormous difference, and so does the audience, right? So if you are doing something public facing, you're going to write something very, very different from something to a specialist audience. It feels cool until you go to a conference and everybody's sweating and smells like feet. DEF CON? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Somebody's gonna like take over my Twitch account. But yeah, the funny thing is, Pugporg, like, I wish I am actually meeting with I'll say a writing platform. You'll all have heard of it. Like, it's not a big deal, but like, I did sort of decide, because I've been really down in the dump. Sorry, I'm really not making progress in the game here, but because I have been feeling like pretty low, on the weekend, I sat down to try to write something, because it's sort of like, what, usually writing is a thing that will make me happy. And it actually, I was so disappointed with myself, because I started writing something on the weekend, and like, yeah, it's like a paragraph, and then it didn't like go together. I'm like, I don't know, I'm too distracted, or I'm not feeling it, or whatever, and I just like put it away. And then I was like, you know what, you haven't published something in over a year, and you just, when it got hard, you closed the laptop, right? You didn't write through it. It's like, you're not allowed to call yourself a writer until you publish a new blog. But yeah, so I did sign up for this thing tomorrow afternoon, to hopefully give myself a little bit of a prod, or if nothing else, I'll just waste the time of a business. But yeah, I don't know. Ellen Ripley actually does the work. The other thing is that I'd love to do fiction, and for some reason fiction still remains an aspirational thing, as opposed to something I'm actually doing. So I don't know, like, not writing is not going to be a way that or not writing fiction is not a way I'm going to get better at writing fiction. So I got to figure out. I will try and write something like Tactical Breach Wizards. That's the answer. All right, let's think. I do like the idea of like refreshing, an unlimited refreshing jolts. and then combining that with Zan's ability. This is getting messy. I'm gonna group some of these together. Okay. I walked in on Banks right after she shot the mobster I was tracking, Jiren Wexler. According to her file, she used to be a surgeon at Rushwater General, but dropped off the grid a year ago and is now a mob doc for the Druid Mafia. Now Liv Kennedy has I undo damage, only works if you're dead. If you're not, I can get you there for an extra 6,000. Call 46234-662-9038. How many people do you think are reading our secret map? Wait, you get paid $6,000? Sent you a new pick, please update. Yeah, we'll work it out. I don't know, Eleanor. I feel like I need the kind of muse that isn't like, you know, Calliope, the somewhat famous and now infamous Neil Gaiman story, or the, you know, the usual imagination that people have. Like, I definitely need one of the ones that just kind of kicks the crap out of you until you do something, and then it's like, okay. Now I remember. It's actually, honestly, I'm not very good at exercise. I am good at walking. So, like, I've definitely had more than a few days where I'll walk like 12 kilometers. So it's not that I'm like fully sedentary. But on the other hand, like going out for a run, or like, you know, going to a gym is not natural for me. I should do it. I recognize there is like no argument at all for me not doing that, but I'm also just kind of realistic about, you know, there's only so many things that I can like try and you know, so many balls I can sort of keep in the air while juggling, and that's one that I'm going to need to work for. Now, the thing is that I 100% believe people when they say, you know, oh yeah, you need to get into it, then, you know, it becomes addicting, and the endorphins, and it's so good for generating ideas. I 100% believe all of it, but there is definitely a cold start problem, right? Because I have had periods, especially with Apple Fitness Plus, when I was a little bit better at like getting up early enough in the morning that I would have some like more time to putter, and particularly for like that first week or so where like everything hurts. Even after doing like, you know, moderate exertion, and you're like, why do I do this to myself? And then, you know, you go a little bit further, and then it's like, yeah, okay, this is normal. I've never hit that escape velocity of being someone who's like obsessed with doing the thing. And similarly with writing, right? Like, it is absolutely good for me. It's a wonderful way of sorting out ideas. It's not even about personal expression. It's just, you know, if I can try and impose a little bit of order on the world, that's one of the things I really like about writing. But yeah. Excuse me. But if you haven't done it for a bit, if you've gotten out of practice, then yeah, sitting down and actually trying, like, especially because I sort of know the good stuff that I've written, when I've looked at some of the stuff I'm doing in early drafts, it's definitely it's discouraging. It's hard. You know, actually, for those of you that first of all, if any of you haven't read Neil Stephenson, I quite like him as a writer, and I feel that this is kind of tying into all of you. So I really like Snow Crash. I mean, I think it's also quite an influential book in terms of just, you know, people who like games, you know, probably have benefited from people inspired by Snow Crash. I also really like Cryptonomicon and the Baroque Cycle. I have a friend who thinks like Cryptonomicon was one of the best novels that she's read, but did not care at all for Quicksilver and didn't pursue the other one. So your mileage may vary. I think the most recent one of his I've read was Anathem, which is actually quite old now. And it's actually one of the more difficult books that I've read recently, which is probably more of a statement on like the books I've been reading lately rather than Anathem itself. But I remember quite liking that one. It was different from what I was expecting from him, but I found it pretty satisfying. Kind of once I got on the page for it. But for him, apparently one of the things he did, I think he got a walking machine or something like that, and apparently just set up an Xbox. And it was sort of maybe it was an elliptical. Anyways, so it had some exercise machine, and apparently found video games were very good for sort of distracting him from the horror happening to, you know, his body. And I can actually kind of believe, so I do have a little bit of a feeling on this. I do think that there's the general experience that people have. So like, you know, I think it's fair to say, you know, Nietzsche spoke or wrote quite a bit about, you know, didn't write. The famous line is, I think he wrote about sort of walking and ideas more than this, but like, you know, never trust an idea not had while walking, I think is how one of the aphorisms go. But I absolutely buy that. Like, some of my favorite memories of Vancouver actually were before I went to university. And sometimes I'd be listening to sort of the Yale OpenCourseWare courses on an iPod. I mean, now I'd call it a podcast, but like, in fact, I believe those courses are now on Apple Podcasts. But there used to, at the time, there was like, I think they call it Apple Education or that. And basically, this was, you know, everybody was kind of figuring out how, you know, MOOCs would work, the massively online course. So, you know, that's a little bit more passive, right? That I'm listening and listening to a podcast for. But, you know, they finish, or, you know, I do something else. And, you know, this was before I went to university, so it was just nice to be able to walk. Yeah, no, I loved Vancouver. I mean, obviously I moved out east for work, but one of the funny things, though, is I've still never been to Toronto. I feel like it's one I should go to, but I also just haven't had a cause. So I'm sure I mean, if nothing else, I should go to a concert. But Toronto's very big and less. Yeah. I'm not gonna fault any province for not being BC. But yeah, so the thing is that, you know, there's, you know, plenty of better writers than me speaking of the virtues of walking. I get the impression when people are talking about endorphins or the benefit of exercise, or, the just simple fact that, the blood is moving, oxygen's going to the right places. It doesn't take a very deep contemplation to understand this is why it's stimulating for ideas. So I think there is, to a certain extent, there's just, chemistry does its thing, and this is why some people talk about, the endorphins for exercise and so on and so forth. But what I have a feeling, at least for me, in terms of that disconnect between what other people seem to be getting and maybe what I'm getting out of it, is I do also sometimes wonder if there's that like natural inclination. So, there's always like the nature versus nurture debate, and I always feel that one's particularly when it comes to the really unhelpful 10,000 hours idea popularized in Outliers. And if you really like Outliers, I highly recommend you read David Epstein's, what was it called? I think I have it on the bookshelf. Just give me a minute. Range by David Epstein, and it's about generalizers outdoing specializers. Everyone but Ellen Ripley. Ellen Ripley is my other citizenship. But yeah, anyway, I do definitely feel like, so there's something to be said for practice and developing capability. But I think one of the really important parts of this, one of the things that will drive people towards that type of excellence, will be a certain temperament, right? So I don't know, I'm trying to think of like examples. So, when you hear about Aphex Twin, like always liking to make various kinds of noise, or, like, I'm just trying to, the home movies example is a little silly because, like, there's a bunch of filmmakers that got started with like Super 8 and things like that. Maybe that's not the best example or that, but like there's definitely some people that show a certain inclination towards certain activities, and it doesn't, like, it's usually in retrospect where you're like, oh yeah, they were always going to become that thing. But I do feel that there's just something that we like doing which makes it less costly to develop the skill, right? So if you feel that, actually, this is going to be a really terrible example because nobody actually likes mathematics, but like, if mathematics only feels like homework, right? If it's just, I'm doing this because, I was told to eat my vegetables or something, you can get good at mathematics, but you're probably not going to excel. But if you are the sort of person who maybe looks at mathematics and gets the same sort of enjoyment that you get from playing Tetris, right? Everything going in its right place, seeing all of those extra fiddly bits that were causing you problems going away, and you have that like nice clean solution. And that just like gives you, I've only experienced it a couple of times, and it was for proofs that had already been proven. It wasn't like a mathematical discovery, but I've done a couple of proofs in mathematics where like I get to the end and I get the answer, and like I don't even need to check the answer. I just realize I have found like a truth so pure and obviously right. And like the reasoning is clearly there. Like, it's like I could see I was on the right track. I know these things are going to resolve, but I haven't 100% gotten there yet. And then I arrive at the destination. It's like, yes, this is it. This is ground truth. And, the reality would need to be reconstituted for this not to be true. that is an amazingly satisfying feeling. And so it's one of those things that makes me understand, one, why people talk about the beauty of mathematics, and also why Platonism is somewhat popular among at least some mathematicians. So, again, it's one of these things that can... thank you, Pugpork. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, someone who has never felt that way... one of the things I think I have a small advantage on in terms of describing that is that when I knew I wanted to do economics, my mathematics was so bad that I did not appreciate that the square root and squaring were inverse operations. So, what I would do, I'd see the square root, you draw the little house around the number, and you really hope that there's a number like 9, because that the answer's 3. But or 4, it's 2. But if there's something like, I don't know, a 7, no human being was ever able to know what the square root of 7 was until calculators were invented. And Revolution 3. So this is the thing, right? That is a deep hole to be digging myself out of when I know that I want to study a very a very mathematically demanding discipline. But these things, there are rules, right? To a certain extent, you can sort of see mathematics almost like cooking, right? There's a set of instructions that you follow, and at the end you get to it. Yeah, Bugborg. I mean, and this is the thing. One of the dirty secrets that I learned was that I did study under some very good mathematicians, like Fellow of the Royal Society good. And the dirty secret is that none of them like mathematical notation. It is not a natural way of thinking, for people. But it is very helpful. Right? You could almost see it a little bit like programming. Today modern programming languages at least give you a fighting chance, right? Chances are you can look at a Python program and have a vague idea of what a few things do. And then, of course, with the advent of the LLM, some people, and I don't think they're ridiculous for saying this, suggest that actually at this point, natural language is a good way of interacting with a computer, that it is capable of translating well-defined linguistic inputs into something that the machine can operate. The thing is, I'm not a good enough programmer to make that. I suspect my programs can be done that way, but I don't need to do, I'm not someone who cares if you gain a fraction of a second on a search query for Amazon or Google, which has, very real dollar values attached to it. So, but in any case, I feel like one of the ways that I can try and at least convey some of the benefits of mathematics and that type of thinking is that I do know what it's like to conceive of oneself as not a math person. And I'm also inclined to think we're all kind of not math people, and it's really just a question in terms of how much are you willing to put in to get to that level of understanding. Because I think, numeracy is valuable, right? It's just like literacy. I think we should probably have an understanding of how these things work. But, let's be real. Not everybody needs to know real analysis. So, and bringing it back to the topic that brought me on this, I just sort of think that if you're someone who doing even something like recreational math is like playing Tetris, right? And everything's in its right place, and that gives you that nice tingly feeling. You're probably going to become a mathematician, or at the very least somebody who develops that skill to a level where you achieve a degree of excellence. It's not even necessarily to suggest that other people can't, but it is less costly for someone who enjoys doing that sort of thing. And this is actually why I really recommend I think this is one of the reasons why I like recommending that book Range by David Epstein, because it's the antidote to the 10,000 hours thinking, which says, like, actually, you know what, sometimes you just need to, like, mess around a little bit and find out what you're about. And you are very, very kind, Ellen Ripley. Thank you so much for this. I hope you all take advantage of the emotes while you have them. Very much appreciated. I mean, Ellen Ripley is definitely one of the. There's a few people I don't want to single out, but Ellen Ripley's here, so one of the people who's been very, very generous in terms of supporting the stream, especially when I'm not always as focused as I should be. But yeah, I'll just say, like, I really do, if you are interested in this stuff, I do think Range is a very good book to read. And I do just think there's something to be said about being able to go mess around for a little bit, find out what you're about. It's hard to say, like, again, I've had a couple of weird career changes. It's hard to say that those have not equipped me with things that make me better at the things that I do today. Like, actually, one thing that's funny is I'm apparently pretty good at customer service. I despise customer service. I'd be very unhappy doing that job. But, it's hard not to I don't know, like, it's hard not to say that the ability to, like, speak to people and have empathy and be able to, like, solve their problems is, it's hard not to see that as being valuable. So, I would even say, like, looking at Ellen Ripley, who does public facing writing, right? Like, being good at customer service potentially equips you to being a thought leader. As soon as you're able to sort of articulate you do need to work out the mapping of one set of skills to the other, but I would definitely believe that the qualities that make you a good customer service agent are exactly the ones that'll make you a good writer. Yeah, for sure. Like, it's not one that I could do. And, like, sales too, right? Like, apparently I was pretty good at sales, but it's not something that sets me on fire, right? Like, I am probably one of those people who likes putting thoughts in their right place, and so it's why, I like doing research, and it's why I like turning that research into something that, people can work with, because I think I'm in this nice little intermediate spot where I find satisfaction in reading very broadly and lots of minute details. And if somebody wants to hear about the minute details, I'll talk their ear off, as you all are already familiar with. But the the idea of making it into a thing people can read, right? Something to go upstairs and have a boss read or something like that. It is a question of just saying, it's like, okay, how well do I understand this topic to be able to do it in a couple of paragraphs, right? Like, how do I convey the essence of this idea into something that, someone who is busy and distracted will get the main idea from? You know what? That is really funny, Ellen Ripley. I worked in camera sales for a bit. Now, it wasn't professional camera sales. I worked in a I worked in like a retail shop that was actually bought out by a private equity firm, like right around the time that I started working there. That is very funny that we've had comparable experiences. I do love the idea. It's like, you're not going for the IS version with those shaky hands? I mean, you're lost. All right, Ryan. Never seen this guy before, but somehow he hit Zan and I with Thistlekiss darts, unnoticed, and almost killed us both. So we need to talk about boundaries. My mom always used to say, if you can't shoot something nice into someone's neck, don't shoot anything at all. Noakes Bar. Oop. Let's try that again. Local Brandy's discreet bartender. We found a nice, out-of-the-way place to hole up between ops, and the bartender's already heard enough that there's not much point in lowering our voices now. Oh, right. I gotta... Alright, now we've got space for the new stuff. Liv's sickness. What left her shaking? Bank says Liv asked to be killed and resurrected 3 times after disappearing for a few hours and returning, sweating and shaking. What could be so serious, and why did it keep happening? Liv's goal in Kalan. Exact location unknown. Liv's team is headed to Kalan next, but we don't know exactly where or remotely why. Excuse me. That's actually good to hear, Pugport, because I do, like, I really liked teaching. I do, there is a side of me that wonders if there was a world in which I could have been an academic. Hey, that'll make sense to me. No rush if you want to rearrange or go over the details, though. Sorry, I gotta sneeze again. Alright. We could try and do a dream. I'm a little worried, because Tower of Turrets was definitely... Well, let's try it. Deconstruction. Okay, so... I remember there was a way... So I can't move here. There's something about the Gale Grenade that... Oh, right, I remember now. So there was a way that I moved them and it like took out... It took out multiple candidates. Finish by the end of turn 2 is the tricky part. We're getting somewhere. So now if I... Okay, I'm actually going to change it up a little bit. I completely forgot about the 3 actions in 1 turn, but let's make the mat. No! Alright, so grab the intel. I'll static blast this. That lets me move. That's still not going to let me do the time boost, though. I'm wondering... Yeah. There's like only one spot I can do this. All right, very cool. But unfortunately still kills Jen. So I think we'll just accept the world as it is. All right, now can still try and go for the chain bolt. So what if we do? That's not enough to knock him over the edge. Okay. I have some pieces, I just don't quite know how to make it all fit yet. So this one gets a little tricky because I need to fire the weapon. So I think my best option is... Actually, what if I... Yeah, okay, so we won't do the time boost quite yet. Oh, I have to. Okay, so if so, I will time boost Jen. So we should be able to take him out with a static blast. So then I can use Broom Breach. And that lets me seal the door. Sorry, I'm seeing I'm seeing all of the seeing the chat here. UBC's greatest XCOM player. This must be a notorious university for not knowing how to. This is like a good version of a. Oh, what's the browser game you used to play? LinkedIn just gave you 1 month of LinkedIn Premium for free because of your 8-year work anniversary. Why did you just kick you in the tits? I do love everybody talking about LinkedIn lunatics here, though. That is a bonkers website. Like, I love it, but. So I feel like I should do this one again to let Zan like do his magic. So I suppose one option I have here would be yeah, I still feel like we need we still need Zan to get multiple intel. The funny thing on this one is, like, what I want to do is to do this and get 2 moves, so I can do something like this. Unfortunately, the world doesn't work that way. That doesn't work because that takes mana. Now, I don't see the laser, so I do wonder if... All right, yeah, that's why I can't. Oh crap, no. All right, I really screwed up on this one. But I don't need to do it within a certain time period, so we'll be fine. Nope. I do like that you're entertaining each other in chat while I'm failing to do so myself. All right. I think we can make this work. We're obviously going to have two, like, hardcore characters causing trouble. Beautiful. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. Whoops. I guess there's no way I can take an alternate path, is there? All right. Damn! Still takes out Jen. All right, so basically we just need to whittle them down now. Ellen Ripley dropping the harsh judgment here. Oh, what am I doing? I have such an obvious... Well, actually, you know what? That was probably smarter than I thought. So if I do this... That's all well and good, but now I need to find a way to make sure that Zan doesn't... Wait, you've got another... Oh, that's right! That still won't get me much, though, so if we just false prophet this... Hey, people guy, just wanted to say my YouTube playthroughs are... Oh, wonderful to hear. I'm very, very glad to hear that, Hit People guy. It's taken longer than I'd thought, but I'm glad that people are still getting something out of the playthrough. Holy hell. So finish the level without letting any enemies attack. Fascinating. And then have Jen deal a total of 30 cumulative knockback. Wow. All right. Start off on the right foot. I'm not sure I can... No! I feel like this is the point where I need to do the broom breach. Well, let's see what happens here. Alright. That gives us something to think about. Stealth Hunter 2? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I definitely need to be a lot smarter for this one, if I want to get the achievement. Like, I don't think it's wrong to do the chain bolt here. But I do kind of question, like, it's like, okay, all well and good, but we've exhausted all of Jen's moves. I get one shot with Zan. Oh, damn, we're close. So definitely one of the things we need to do is start pushing these guys into a useful spot, like corralling the enemies into these guys into one spot is. I mean, the other thing too is don't let them attack. Actually, no, there is no way. I was thinking is like, well, technically I just need to dodge behind the... I just need to dodge, you know, behind some cover here, but the challenge there is that's all well and good for Jen to do. That's not quite what I can't rely on Zan for that, who's sort of stuck in place. I'm actually going to say I'm a little too stupid for this one right now. I'm going to abort, and then we're going to, we'll do one of the main missions. These are surprisingly, I mean, I like them, but they definitely force me to think a bit. Oh, we can do Private Eye or East Point Nights. I feel like we should do East Point Nights. Funeral Chic? Frontier Medicine, WizTac, Cult Phase, Med School, Death MD. Looks like a Necron. I actually don't think the default outfit's not too bad. Alright, if they're taking the chopper to Kalan, they'll be leaving from the southwest facility with the helipad. We've still got no chance against Liv, but if we get there early, we can catch some of her goon squad alone and whittle down their numbers. I thought you already beat that traffic guy back in Stonecliff. You didn't kill him. God, don't tell me you're one of those outfits that kills 100 henchmen, then suddenly grows a moral compass when it comes to the fuckers responsible. No! We don't kill henchmen either! No killing! Oh, so you're not hypocrites. You're just toothless all around. Damn right. Liv won't get there till the last minute. She's never early because nothing can make her late. The rest of the team will rush because they're terrified of her, so we might be able to catch them at the hangar before she gets there. Then we better gear up. Black Site hangar shortly before dust off. Just to check, you are on board with the whole no killing thing, right, Banks? For now. I ask because you're the only one carrying an inherently lethal weapon. A gun? That's a medical instrument. I only use it for cranial interventions. I think cranial interventions are what he's worried about. I don't fire it in combat. I never shoot anyone I can't be sure I'll have a chance to res. Okay, good. Unless I want them to die. I think that's what we're getting at, Zan. I think that's all we're getting, Zan. You can actually see them in, like, protective bubbles on the way down. Alright. Have the team use 5 different abilities in one turn and finish by the end of turn 1. Fun. Okay, I'm thinking... I'm kind of grabbing the intel by default at this point. I have multiple death's doors that I can take advantage of. But I also have transference. I think I'm going to mess this one up, but I want to... Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, let's, whoops. Let's switch it up here. We'll get Banks to... So, basically, I need to make sure that Jen gets one of the intel. Maybe not so obvious Banks needs to get it, though. Okay. Okay, 5 different abilities. Cool, huh? I still need 2 more abilities. Okay, well, I think I know how to do this. It's a little bit of a corny way for me to do it, but... efficient. Clean. Okay, when we breach, I want you to keep in mind this room isn't as scary as it looks. What makes you say that? Blind optimism. Are there heavies? Won't lie, there are a lot of heavies. I hate them. It should be illegal to clip someone if they're in cover. It is illegal. They're trying to kill us. Not Livoli. If we're trespassing, there's basically nothing they can't do. It's why shady security corps like Reactor love it here. I thought it was mainly the tax breaks. The tax breaks don't hurt. Okay. Finish by the end of Team 4. Let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn. And cause 6 total extra knockback by making enemies unsteady. That is one thing I completely forgot to do. Okay, that's 2 knockback. We need to do better. Actually, no, we can still make this work. Also, I sort of messed this up. Good luck, Ellen Ripley. Alright, you still poison people, so... I also forgot. I forgot to check out Zan's special ability. Interesting. I can live with this. Okay, so we need to finish in 2 turns, which I think is achievable. I have ideas. Okay, not quite what I had in mind. Crumbs. Oh, that's right, I don't have the boost. All right. Yeah. So we definitely can't cluster up like that. I mean, we have the right idea in a couple of places. I just need to refine it. So definitely sedative cocktail. I think knocking into the wall is a must. But it would be nice if I had a way to predictive bolt someone. So if I static blast... Okay, that's enough to... Right, because that's what I did last time. It's not bad, but I think we wind up eating... it's not my favorite, but... Okay, I have ideas. And actually, before I do any of that, yeah. I do believe I have another way of triggering the predictive bolt. Oh, we already used the Gale Grenade. Never mind. So obviously there were other tasks I should have done, but has concepts of a plan. All right. Yeah, so I need to remember that I get mana when I use the predictive shot. That'll be how I can let a teammate perform 3 actions. But we'll finish the rest of the level here. Oh, I don't like this. When I foresee breaching this room, they target me with something and the vision just kind of stops there. You can do them separately. Oh, that sounds like a neutralizer. Hanks and I hit when we were getting her Arcana. Reactor have anti-magic tech? Don't love that. They can't stop you throwing stuff, at least. No one can stop you throwing stuff. There's a guy in Juang who can make your arms go limp, but only after eating a lot of... Is it... Celeriac? And he has to stare at the floor the whole time. I don't think we'll run into him. This seems suspiciously... easy. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. We need to finish turn 1. There's a start of something here, but... I think I can see how this works. Nope. Diagonal basically doesn't exist in this game. So I'm trying to think of a way I can get a time boost. Cool. It's moving us in the wrong direction. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something kind of weird here, but so if I static blast banks, that lets me move to the door. Oh, and I should have transferred damage. All right, well, that's fine. We'll do that in the next one. My question about the... Oh, man, I need to learn how to pronounce this. I'm going to look it up. Is it Celeriac? Doesn't pronounce it, but I'm thinking it's celeriac. Also called celery root, knob celery, and turnip rooted celery, although it is not a close relative of the turnip. It is a group of cultivars of Apium graveolens, cultivated for their edible bulb-like hypococtyl and shoots. I think he'd probably want to be known as Limp Arms Guy. I don't think anybody wants to be known as Limp Arms Guy. My question is, how did he unlock? When would you ever desperately need to make someone's arms go limp? Maybe someone he didn't like was carrying something he wanted to break. Okay, that's a want. To unlock it, you've got to need it. Maybe someone was carrying him away from his beloved Celeriac? Yeah. We don't even know if he likes Celeriac. Maybe he hates it. Oh my god, now I'm sad about Limp Arms Guy. I was never not sad about Limp Arms Guy. Should we breach this door and stop World War V, or should we stop and write a book about Limp Arms Guy? Has to think about it. Breach, I guess. Okay, let's prevent 9 reinforcements in total and defenestrate 2 hostiles in 1 turn. I mean, you don't need to tell me twice. Now, what's going to make this one interesting is the neutralizer. So my normal reaction would be to grab the intel here. But then I need to think about the neutralizer. Well, you know what? There's one thing I can do. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, let's change the... no, let's just be a little more thoughtful. Screw it. It's got to be in 1 turn, though. So let's see how this goes. We got a big guy coming out here, but I think we can make this all work. Right. so this will let me move up and seal that last door. So the damage should take out this guy, and then we can take out the reactor tractor. Can we not knock them out the window? I think let's see if we can finish with a bang. Oh, I already used the Gale grenade. All right, well. Probably could have done more defenestrations, but 30 minutes early. Bori, someone's anxious to impress the boss. It says H-5. I don't know what that means. It means 5 hours out. Did you think it was minutes? You're early also. That's not... I just had some packing to do. You'll pack things from this hangar? Yes. I was low on spanners. Alright, the clowns are in the roost. Jen, if we're caught by Bori's fire, anything we can do? Magical fire can burn on anything, but if it's not a fuel source, it takes focus to keep on going. The mana stockpiles and rush water seem to burn fine without him. And I guess that's a fuel source, but people are just sacks of blood. It's hard to keep a fire going on that. So if he goes down, we stop burning. Best guess. Or I could just res you. Oh right, we also have a necromancer. Necromedic. What about this traffic guy? He just summons ghost cars. It's honestly not much of a problem. Bring it on, Kellen! Shit. Really good hearing, though. I forgot about it. Cool. This is gonna get interesting. Alright. Have the team use 9 different abilities in one turn. Knock the traffic warlock into a death's door. Oh, I'm so looking forward to doing that. Use resurrect on a teammate, living or dead, who has no mana left. All right, let's try and do like a preposterously big first turn. Okay, so I think if I try and do it from here... Okay, so first of all, I need to redirect, so static blast. Oh! Oh, come on! You know what? Let's just save that till we find out what we're doing with the rest of the turn. Drat. Whoops! So funny thing is, if I static blast, I get another move. I need 3 more abilities, though. All right, at this point, I'm going to... revive a nearby body with full health and 1 mana. If used on a living ally, kill them first. Oh man, how do I do that? All right, well, I think I'm going to accept disappointment for this one. You're mildly on fire. The less lethal Pyromancer's fire doesn't hurt at first, but you'll lose 1 health every time you do anything. It's extinguished if you knock him out or if you're resurrected. I certainly have some ideas here. Aw. Alright, well, if we're gonna do it that way. So it seems to me like... Alright, so from here... Oh, that's right. Helps when I still have a working Necromancer. Insufficient. Maybe it's still worth it. Okay, let's not kill myself by doing the action, so... Oh! Alright. we're taking that right back to the start. I did not appreciate that the neutralizer also kills. Oh dear. I can sort of work with this. Alright, I clearly messed this up. Alright, so that's fair. What I'm really thinking about is how I take advantage of the predictive bolt. Then I can static blast. Nice. Okay, not quite how I planned on this going, but I can do better. I'm just trying to get the res. Didn't the teammate not have any mana? I messed that up. Oh well. We'll give that one a try again later. So clearly I've got a bunch that I need to redo. Mission complete. Defeat Bori Kesh, the less lethal Pyromancer. Complete. Defeat Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. Again, complete. Secure them. Yep, we're gonna tie... Wait, no, Liv's got them already, apparently. You should have killed them. What? No! Who's writing this? Alright, so not great on the confidence, but... I mean, the thing is that the confidence realistically just gets you new outfits. So it's not that you have to do it, but sure feels good to do it. Okay, if a target is pushed into the tile in front of the portal, it will pull them in. Genius Grant, if the protectee is an enemy or the victim is an ally, your use is refunded when the transfer applies. Overreaction: if the victim is an enemy, they gain 1 unsteady when the link is created. I do like more unsteady. All right, let's go and... So exit strategy, we need to make heavies work better. So this one, let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn. Now the tricky one here is I need... Okay, well no, we can still use the mana. Help me slightly more. Right, I still need to grant... Yeah, it's all well and good for me to... Damn. Okay. Change of plans. Alright, so I do need to remember to use the time boot. That's why we're doing this again. Whoops! Problem here is I haven't given myself a lot of good opportunities to knock back the enemy. Well, let's not count that out yet. I guess I have to because, yeah. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do instead. how that's supposed to work. All right. It's not the cleanest turn, but I've got, I have ideas. Okay, I gotta find a way of handling. So, I need to find a way. Honestly, I just need the one extra mana. So let's use this as a source of new targets. So I think I've used up all my death's doors. Actually, I've also used up the transference. So this seems like it's fun to set up. Oh, I know how to do this. Okay, so we'll Broom Breach out here. Nuts. I think I know how I'm going to make this work, but it's going to get a little weird. Ah! Angles, man. How do they work? Okay. Works. So I'm probably gonna have to dance around a little bit to get the push that I need. There we go. Whoops. It wasn't an elegant way of doing it, but we got what we needed. All right, next up, neutralizers. This one was transfer 4 damage at once. It occurred to me, I don't actually need to make this hard. Well, I mean, it'd be nice if I could close off the door. Let's... Right, because I'm neutralized, it doesn't count. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, okay. Oh, hang on, no, that should still work. I missed something here? Wait, is it the neutralizer? Alright, well, neutralizer's not the hardest one to deal with, so... Yeah, easy enough. I mean, we'll have to deal with two new arrivals, but we got the achievement. So, first step. Right, okay. I was gonna try and do Death's Door, but... Confidence. Alright, exit strategy. So I guess this counts as a boss fight. So the less lethal Pyromancer, we need Zans and Banks. I definitely have some ideas here. The biggest thing here, though, is now that I realize I need to take out the neutralizers before they do their thing. Complicates it a little bit. I don't get to shoot the traffic warlock? No. You're kidding me. No, you fool. Okay. So what are the consequences for this turn? We'll take cover. Someone's gonna get a little toasty. And I don't think we've sacrificed any... I don't think we've sacrificed any actions yet. So let's do the 4C. Alright, this could get interesting. So that doesn't count as an action. I'm trying to think at what point do we pull out all the stops and like try to do some of the magic. Okay, so if I do a chain bolt. Damn. Okay, that's encouraging. Probably move before I do anything else. Only catch here is it's not immediately clear to me that I can close the door. Yeah, I'm just shy. Alright, well, them's the breaks. doesn't quite get me what I want. um, I get Jen to do the thing. I'm trying to remember what abilities I've used at this point. I need to remember if I'm gonna do abilities, I need to like commit. So yeah, so that bumps me into the wall. That's not what I want to do. What I am curious about, though, is if I go to the wall here... Okay, so that didn't get me anything new, but that did free me up to do transference. So if that lets me broom breach... Okay, it doesn't count. All right, so let's start from the very beginning. Let's maximize. Let's maximize. Aha. Okay. I can be a little smarter than this. Interesting. The only thing is it would have been better if I got mana. Oh, I still have it. Okay. I have ideas. Not quite. Oh, that's right. Huh. Okay. So I'm just trying to think for the abilities. Even just putting down a random's death's door gets me closer to where I want to be. Wasn't quite what I planned, but you know what? Did the trick. I don't feel super great about this just because I'm going to take unnecessary damage. There we go. Weird turn, but... How did your meeting go? Okay. Death's Door seems to be the easy fix on this one. This is really just so I can move again. Well, yeah, all the Necromantic can do right now is move, so... I'm very bad at getting myself set on fire. You know, that didn't really accomplish much, so I think we'll just, Alright, there we go. Oh, I didn't realize you were, I guess it was a what? Man! Like, was it a video call, or are they, like, that's gotta be a weird, Actually, I guess it's not that late where they are. All right, sorry, I haven't been very diligent in describing my actions here. So here we just want to, like, clear out the riffraff. I think if we Broom Breach, I should be able to do something clever. Not that clever. Maybe a little clever. Insufficiently clever. Sufficiently clever. How you doing, Vanguard Master? Alright. Not quite the way I was planning on this going, but it turned out. Yeah, I've actually never heard the term organic brief before. I will share, Ellen Ripley, from the movie time, I always felt like there was a big cloud of stupid over LA. And that, like, you could always tell when somebody was from LA because they seemed to have just embodied the big cloud of stupid. And I'm wondering if there is a Silicon Valley equivalent. Although, okay, I have mixed feelings on Silicon Valley, because there is a side of me that acknowledges that it really is a place where there are, like, genuinely impressive things being made. If you would like if you'd like a decent book on like venture capital and what it does, and specifically like why it works, how it works, Sebastian Mallaby has a book called The Power Law, which is I think is quite good, and it actually has some fun anecdotes as well from certain characters. Actually, is my phone kicking around? I should also share a wonderful opinion. This is going to be Neil Stephenson that comes up again, but there's a wonderful quote from his like really long Wired essay. But with that in mind, I do sometimes find the self-aggrandizement incredibly irritating. Like I can remember reading a couple of Silicon Valley types, and like obviously I'm following them on Twitter, right? So it's not like I'm like I don't hate follow people or it's like, oh, I can't wait to be mad. Like anger is my cardio is like, that's dumb. But like, I don't know, they'll retweet or something like that. And I there's always these guys where they're like, working in Silicon Valley must be what it felt like to be in ancient Athens among some of the greatest minds that, civilization's ever produced. I'm like, go to hell. Like, there's just a level of, there's just, even if it's right, it's annoying to read something like that. And this isn't even like tall poppy nonsense. It's just like, I don't know. I sort of feel like comparing oneself to, ancient Athens or what. That's just the sort of thing you don't self-apply, right? But one of the ones I prefer, this is like one of the reasons why I like Neil Stephenson stuff. Let me just see. It's from his, the easiest place to find this now. So I think Wired has this on their site, but I believe it's behind a paywall. Let me find. I believe it's called Mother Earth, Motherboard. It's by the way, as long as you can tolerate like a long read, and I'm gonna make a guess here that probably the people who are watching this like podcast with occasional Tactical Breach Wizards will like, I kind of figure you're in the boat of like people who like to read long things. But maybe just for some context here, there's a relatively brief Time Magazine article about his book Anathem, which on my phone is it starts on page 323 and ends on page 326. So 3 iPhone screens of text. Another essay that he did, Innovation Starvation. This is a bit meatier, 10 pages. He's got one called Why I'm a Bad Correspondent. That one's about 4 pages. So, actually maybe the last one I could give would be, what was it called? It was a Great Somalian Caper, which is like a proper short story. That's 19 pages. So, that'll give you a rough idea in terms of if you have an idea about like how long a short story is compared to a short essay and so on and so forth. Mother Earth, Motherboard begins on page 144 and ends on page 287. So again, keeping in mind that these are iPhone screens, it's 143 iPhone screen pages long. It's a long one. By the standards of like magazines, it's they had to have produced like a special thicker issue for this. But it's like, it is really cool. It's about at the time it was sort of the laying of the longest undersea cable. I believe it's called the FLAG, the fiber optic link around the globe. And if you want to know, like, here's the best way that I can describe it. I once upon a time worked on a producer price index for telecommunications. And you technically don't need to know about how phones work to be able to calculate a price index, right? But I kind of feel like if you want to do a good job on anything, it helps to sort of understand your subject reasonably well. So it's like, what am I hired for? My knowledge of price index theory, my ability to sort of do as good of an estimation as I can within the data limitations that I have, and maybe be able to articulate where it's going wrong and try and work out some some alternatives. There are some cases where like I got an index and I'm like, I am embarrassed that we're publishing this. Like, it would be better just to not print anything at all, which isn't an option. And like those are ones where like I that was an office job. I was not expected to contact the public, but like eventually I just had to go to my supervisor and say like, can I like call people on this survey? Like, there's no way anybody knows. Like, I think they're frustrated doing this. I think, we clearly are not getting the data we need. Like, this is, like, basically, I love the fact that my manager did enable me to do this, but like, I just sort of says like, nobody's going to yell at us for maintaining the status quo, but like, how much misery is this program creating for people? Because people are taking so much time trying to understand these utterly incomprehensible questions. We're getting the data and saying, this doesn't make any sense. Like, let's try and make an index out of this. Like, it's a time vampire. Like, something's got to give here. Like, let us be the change we want to see in the world. And he says, like, if you want to call people, you can. I mean, the problem is that like, then I need to work with the whole like, people think I'm some weird scammer because like government employees don't like proactively try to make your life easier, right? But I was really surprised. Like, it was, I won't say like the names, but like big name companies, and they were surprisingly receptive. Actually, a couple of them said afterwards, like, do you have like a feedback form or anything? And I'm like, not really, but like, even if it's something unkind, like I'll send it to I'll send it up the chain. Like, we need to know what's going on. It's like, if it's about me, I can get you a coworker to, and he says like, no, this is a really positive interaction. Like, I wish you guys would do this more. So I'm like, oh, well, that's, that's nice to hear. But yeah, like, sometimes the answer really is like, just, get out of the office, metaphorically in this case, and learn a little bit about the world. So, but I mean, I also have, I don't know, like, sorry, just give me 1 second here. All right, excellent. I found the part from this. So, the thing that's kind of interesting about telecom, if you are wired a certain way, is like, if you think of your phone company, it's like the last mile problem. So for those of you not familiar with the last mile problem, we have a pretty efficient system for moving stuff around the world, right? Like, if you need to go between continents, you probably use like a container ship, and like containers are standardized. There's standard measures. In fact, like, there's a pretty good economic indicator known as the Baltic Dry Goods Index. And it's basically this measure of like container shipping rates. And the idea is that like container ships are not very elastic, right? Like, it takes a lot to build a ship. And so if people are shipping fewer goods, you still need, like, you have a ship, you need to use it. So you're going to probably adjust your prices pretty quickly, right? Like, ideally you do not want $0 worth of goods on the ship, because then it's just pure cost for you. So it's actually turned out to be a reasonably good economic indicator, just because of certain property. I mean, if we somehow create like disposable ships, I guess it would be a less good measure. But yeah, so like, if you want to move stuff around the world, it's a pretty efficient system, right? Like, if you want to go between continents, you're probably using some kind of container ship, and like, there's standard rates, and it's easy to find out what that is. If it's within your country, there's an existing postal service, and there's probably some competing private companies as well. But the part, and then of course, you in some cases there are some companies that actually see it as worthwhile to develop their own infrastructure, right? So these are like the Amazons and the Walmarts. One of the, I think, underappreciated factors about Walmart's low prices is not just like the nasty stuff that people take big issues with, but they invested really staggering amounts of money into see, I think they should solve that by getting the guy who was the captain of the Ever Given to go. I realize the Strait of Hormuz is larger than the Suez Canal, but it would be very funny if the Ever Given was the one that somehow jams up the strait again. But yeah, so like what part of the cost savings for Walmart was a truly staggering investment in technology. Everything from sort of like GPS to digital. One of the first companies to like completely digitize its inventory systems and such. And it was all about just making sure that they can, like, the thing that they need is in the place that they need for a very low cost, and if not very quickly, at the very least that they're able to anticipate the need well in advance of the time that it takes. So even within like private companies, being able to move stuff from A to B is quite efficient. The one thing that nobody's really quite cracked yet is the last mile. And that's sort of like, moving stuff between warehouses, even if it's like a global supply chain where you're taking things from like multiple countries, that's generally handled. But the whole business of getting the widget to someone's place, nobody's really got a great answer for that yet, right? Again, you still have the logistics companies, you still have like postal services and so on and so forth, but that's the tricky part. That's the last mile, and that's the one where all of the optimization goes in. And you can see why, right? Like when you're dealing with warehouses, you're dealing with very large amounts of goods. And so, it just makes sense to sort of invest in that infrastructure. But, Amazon's not going to put like a conveyor belt from the warehouse to your home. Like that just doesn't make any sense. So the funny thing about it is that once I understood, like, that's one that I think is reasonably well known. But if you think of telecom, right? So there's this whole series of undersea cables. And this goes back to the Victorian era. And that's kind of how the internet works, right? It's all these undersea cables that are connecting all the various countries. All of the traffic is ultimately winding up to these nodes. I mean, there's a lot of them, right? But I mean, people still freak out when somebody, quote unquote, accidentally like drags an anchor along the seabed and severs a cable. But like the thing that makes the internet work are basically these cables. And effectively, what the telecom companies are is they are your local, they're your local access to that broader, the broader series of tubes. It's not a big truck. It's a very dated reference. But yeah, so again, once you think of it that way, it's sort of like, oh, okay, so like local telecom providers are the last mile of internet connectivity. I didn't really change the index that much, but it was just kind of a funny way to think about it. The amazing one, to me, is how the owners of the undersea cables connect with all the various countries. Because, I mean, trying to get multiple countries to agree to anything is tough. And that's private enterprise doing that, right? They don't have an army to back up what they're All right. I'm going to read the paragraph before, and then here, hopefully this will put a smile on Ellen Ripley's face for the reference to Silicon Valley, but I'll lead in a little bit with the preceding paragraph. And again, this is, if you subscribe to Wired, you should already have a copy of this. It shouldn't be that hard to find, but this is from Mother Earth Motherboard by Neal Stephenson. This is like a early 90s, 1996 article from Wired. Still, telegraphy, like many other forms of engineering, retained a certain barnyard improvised quality until the year of our Lord 1858, when the terrifyingly high financial stakes and shockingly formidable technical challenges of the first transatlantic submarine cable brought certain long-simmering conflicts to a rolling boil, incarnated the old and new approaches in the persons of Dr. Wildham Whitehouse and Professor William Thomson, respectively, and brought the conflict between them into the highest possible relief in the form of an inquiry and a scandal that rocked the Victorian world. Thomson came out on top with a new title and name, Lord Kelvin. Here's the Silicon Valley quote that I like. Everything that has occurred in Silicon Valley in the last couple of decades also occurred in the 1850s. Anyone who thinks that the wild-ass high-tech venture capitalism of the late 20th century is a late 20th century California phenomenon needs to read about the maniacs who built the first transatlantic cable projects. I recommend Arthur C. Clarke's book, How the World Was Won, O-N-E. Good book, by the way, I have a copy. The only things that have changed since then are that the stakes have gotten smaller, the process more bureaucratized, and the personalities less interesting. And this is actually one of the things that I tend to find. This isn't just Silicon Valley, I found, but I actually tend to find this is true for some people who even kind of come off as reasonably well read, at least on the internet, right? There is a strong tendency for people to kind of keep going back to certain historical precedents. So, you know, World War II, right? Everything's like Munich. We should never, you know, don't give an inch. Or Thucydides, right? The Thucydides trap frequently comes up. And the truth is that there's actually a lot of, I think there's probably more that you can get from a broader reading of history than just those really common ones. It's not to suggest that people are like, you know, obviously knowledge of some history is better than another one, but the thing is that I tend to find the ones that come off as maybe more insightful than they really are, if you keep reading them, they do kind of just seem to have this little basket of analogies that they draw from, and it turns out usually that there's actually some really weird and wonderful history that will put things into perspective. So, for instance, when you have the self-aggrandizing venture capitalist who says, oh, you know, being in Silicon Valley is like, you know, living in ancient Athens, you know, with all the greatest minds ever produced. You know, I prefer the Stephenson formulation, which says it's like, yeah, you know, the Victorians were a lot more interesting, you know. And the thing is like he delivers on the analogy. Even if you don't read the Arthur C. Clarke book, if you read Mother Earth Motherboard, you do actually get a pretty good idea of, like, let me just say, Stephenson brings the goods in terms of that story. It's actually really entertaining to read. I also just think the article in general is a really good one. I actually also don't know where Stephenson gets his history. I mean, just he seems like a guy who really likes reading. So I'll give you an example about. I'll give you an example of where interesting historical analogies lie once you start looking outside the ones that you'll usually see floating around various tweet threads. This is the Time magazine article about Anthem. So this is 2012 that he wrote this. An army of Western citizen soldiers marches into Mesopotamia. Their mission? To replace a cruel dictator with a friendly leader. The dictator's conscript army scatters like chaff before the heavier armor and superb discipline of the Westerners. But the new leader turns out to be a slippery con man. A quick victory turns into a long stay. Soldiers and commanders fall victim to sneak attacks. The folks at home are dismayingly quick to forget about the faraway army. Their journey home turns into an ordeal, the soldiers harried by an elusive foe skilled in asymmetrical warfare. They finally come home to a country they hardly recognize, whose people are uneasy with hardened combat veterans in their midst, and whose political leadership is worried about how they will upset the balance of power. That's Anabasis, written 2,500 years ago by Xenophon. The greatest military power in the world sends its army into a populous Middle Eastern country. The stated purpose? To overthrow its capricious, torture-prone dictator and return the land to its former state of peace and prosperity. The ulterior motive? To seize control of its resources, which will pay for the invasion once the people are given the modern Western-style government they yearn for. Sharp resistance from the dictator's elite troops soon crumbles before the invaders' overwhelming firepower and mobility. The dictator flees into hiding in the desert, where he long evades his pursuers. The invaders march into his capital and are astounded by the wealth and luxury of his palaces, but they don't get the welcome they were expecting. Religious leaders exhort the common people to fight them. Faceless jihadists abduct stragglers and decapitate them or hold them for ransom. The foreigners build fortified zones in the major cities. The expected swag never materializes. Food and provisions must be imported from home at great cost. No expense is spared to bring the long-suffering troops the comforts of home. This lavish operation, however, is soon riddled with corruption. Faced with other demands on military resources, Napoleon Bonaparte decides to leave Egypt in August 1799. On August 1st, 2007, the I-35W bridge in Minneapolis collapses during rush hour. Hey, wait a sec, you might be saying. I thought this was another diatribe about the war in Iraq. How does some rusty bridge figure into it? The answer? I'm interested in a larger topic, the attention span of our society. Bear with me. Literate people used to spend a lot of time reading books, but during the internet years, those have begun to seem more and more like a distinct minority. A large and relatively well-off minority, to be sure, but one that simply doesn't register in the electronic media, as vampires are invisible in mirrors. They are out there somewhere, the book readers in their millions, and they are talking to each other. Books, though, and the thoughts that go through the heads of their readers are too long and complex to work on the screen, be it a talk show, a PowerPoint presentation, or a web page. Bookish people sense this. They don't object to it. They don't favor electronic media anyway. So why should they make a fuss if those media Photoshop them out of the national scene? They know how to find each other and have long conversations that nourish their bookish souls. A few years ago, I began thinking that the bookish people of the world were becoming a little bit like medieval monks, living austere but intellectually complex lives in voluntary seclusion from a gaudy and action-packed secular world. I've written a novel, Anathem, based on that premise. It's paradoxical, I suppose, to write a long book about how no one reads long books anymore, an ambiguity I'll have a hard time explaining on talk shows. If bookishness were just a niche pastime like stamp collecting or waveboarding, none of this would really matter. But it's more than that. It is the collective memory and the accumulated wisdom of our species. The rough-and-ready intellectual consensus of the mid-20th century is being pushed out by a new superstition whose victims can find testimony on the internet for anything they choose to believe. The only cure for it is reading books, and lots of them. When all things bookish are edited out of public discourse, strange things happen, or seem to. When our societal attention span becomes shorter than the lifetime of a steel bridge over a river, what appears to be a solid strip of highway can suddenly fall out from under us, like a portent from the medieval world. All right, you've all been very patient with me. I'm still deciding which outfit to go for. Noakes Bar again. Honestly, it's just a nice bar. So they're heading to Kalan. That's got to be a problem. Why? There's no legal way in or out. We have no contacts there. And have you seen the news lately? The capital's on lockdown with the riots. Laws are suggestions. Chaos is cover. That leaves Liv's team exposed. This will be the first time they're cut off from their military support. Sounds like they at least have a safe house. Foreigners just vanish in Kalan. Shouldn't we hang back and let them run that risk? I can't. I'll understand if you don't want to risk it, Jen. But this trail, Liv's team, the war it leads to, the only thing I've been sure of in years. Yeah, no worries. Again, I do feel this one, I always feel a little weird about reading some of the stuff that's like published with a living author, because I don't know, like it's sometimes the stuff is just like relevant to the conversation, and I feel like I I can't really justify, like in one sense it's the same sort of loose attitude towards intellectual property that makes me a little uncomfortable with streaming. Like technically I should be reaching out to suspicious developments and ask them permission to stream the game. And the thing is that like most people are going to say it's okay, but I also sort of know one of the reasons why a developer that's maybe not comfortable with people streaming their game, why they wouldn't raise a fuss about it, is because there's always that implicit threat that a sufficiently large audience, which of course I don't have, is going to go and make life difficult for them. And I don't kind of like the idea of, it would be nice if people, like, actually, I'd put it to you this way. If there was a way for me to be able to, like, transfer some of the revenue from the stream to the game developers, I would actually be okay with that. I feel that it would be nice if there was a better way to make sure that the underlying content was being compensated. Now, obviously, that would require a significant change in the order of things, and Twitch is definitely not going to do that. But I think it's at least worthwhile to acknowledge that. So the thing is, I guess the Anthem one is Time Magazine, and I feel like the fragment I quoted from Mother Earth Motherboard is okay. Like, I feel that's short enough to fall under fair use. But in the case of the Time Magazine article, like, obviously that was read in full. And I guess the only thing is that, like, I'm hoping, I can let you know the collection of essays I'm reading out of, Some Remarks by Neil Stephenson, and much like Ellen Ripley is saying here, buying a game off of watching it being streamed, like, hopefully some of you will go and check out Neil Stephenson stuff, particularly Some Remarks, the collection of essays that I'm reading from. And yeah, no, it's like, this is the big one for me, is like, I don't necessarily think it's bad for the developers to get coverage from streamers. How do I put it? Like I think it's a good idea for developers to be relaxed about it, but I guess the difference is that there's someone consenting to streaming their game, and then there's like if I went into your place and started like messing with your stuff, or like, I don't know, maybe you were like an artist and I you had some stuff that you were privately working on, and then I like took the art out of your your portfolio and I like put it up in public, and you get mad at me. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm helping you. I'm giving you publicity, like free publicity. And like, it's like, no, that's for me to decide, right? I get to decide, even if it's not in my good, like, it could be beautiful art and you could just want to set it on fire, and that's fine, because it's not fine for me. It'd be great if there's more beauty in the world, but like, that's your stuff, that's your property. You get to decide what to do with it. I don't get to decide what to do with it there. So I don't know. Again, like, obviously I didn't let it get in the way of reading that for all of you, and I'm hoping that this helps people find an author that I quite like. But I do kind of need to acknowledge that it's a weird place to be in terms of overall property rights, and I wish there was a better way to be able to recommend the Time Magazine article to you in the context of the stream. And yeah, honestly, like, I should focus more on the stuff that I like, but yeah, I don't. I think there's a certain arrogance behind streaming in the first place, right? It's like, well, why would anybody want to watch me? But if people do that, like, a ham radio's existed for a long time. Like, there are people who just want to put on a show even if like nobody's listening. So, you know, that I think I can understand that. Like I'm not gonna get too uppity with someone just wanting to, you know, have some fun. But there's just something about React content where it's like, you know, apparently the underlying video is not enough. You know, my stupid faces over somebody else's hard work is enhancing the product. I don't get it. I don't like it. This is what it's like to become old. I don't like what the youths are watching. All right. I've been in a bad place, watching the world burn from a couch, paralyzed, seeing every problem I'd caused by trying to be part of a solution. I can't go back to that, knowing I'd had a chance to act. All right, I get it. I always liked the idea of throwing caution to the wind to make a difference, but now that we're here, I feel like I'm 96% cautioned by body weight. But I can get there. Thanks? I was never out. Oh, okay. What's the plan? Ask me again at breakfast. Jen's brain that night. Oh, this is new. Hi, I'm here too now. Why am I dreaming about talking to myself? Oh god, am I self-obsessed? Well, now you're dreaming about yourself talking to yourself about yourself, so that hasn't helped. Given that we're both criticizing you, though, I think this might be coming from a place of insecurity. Everything we've done since the age of 4 came from a place of insecurity. Want to narrow it down? Not until we clear these rooms. Ugh. Because the cops represent my self-censorship or some shit? No, it's just kind of uncomfortable having long personal conversation in a doorway. Oh, you get used to it. You're in an anxiety dream. These dig into one character's story rather than progressing the main plot. If you're not into this, you can skip the dialogue and not miss any main plot details. If you want a shorter, snappier campaign, you can skip these missions entirely from the menu. You won't miss out on any XP. You can also jump back and play them later from the missions menu. Got it. Alright, let's do 1. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn. Well, I guess we're gonna need to... I think the first thing we need to do is... identify a 3rd hostile. Shoot. Don't. All right, let's figure this out a little bit better. So I'm trying to honor the 3 defenestrations in 1 turn. Eh. We'll see where it takes me. I may have messed up here, but let's see. Yikes. All right. Darn. Okay, I'm gonna restart this level. Okay, I'm gonna try something a little different here. Interesting. Unfortunately, the turret closes that out as a possibility. Let's see where this goes. That's not gonna help me. There we go. Oh, that's no good though. All right, you know what? Sometimes we need to make sacrifices. Right. Okay. So, breach doesn't help me here. But I'm thinking we can do one of these. Darn. All right. Gale Grenade's not gonna do it, though. We were so close to our third. Alright, I'm gonna do one more reset on this. So the new approach I'm gonna take will be to bar this door. So, use the laptop. It would be nice. Oh, that's right. I can't. I actually can't rely on the. Okay, you know what? I'm basically gonna do this the way I did it last time. But obviously with the advantage of the turret. Yeah, the problem with that, though, is that... guess it works as a stopgap. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, so not ideal, but we'll be able to knock them out of the... Cool. Alright, I have ideas. I don't have ideas. man. Alas. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna wait that. Whoa! How do I even think about this one? Slight change of plans on this one. So the problem here is that I don't have, there's no way for me to effectively use the Gale Grenade in a way that'll knock them off the edge of the level. So I think if we run into any room here, yeah, then the heavy causes us trouble. So I'm going to take a slightly different approach to this one. I use the laptop. Yeah, that doesn't help me. That does, though. Okay. So what do we learn from that? We move to... Okay, so we do the room breach. that doesn't necessarily help me. Actually, you know what? So what if we just relax and end the turn? Okay, that doesn't... Well, I mean, it'll have to work, but... So the funny thing about this one, right, is that the timer on this door doesn't start until we're in the room, so that lets us breach on our own time. Hang on. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I mean, why not, right? One of your team must reach the green zone. Okay, so I think if I do that... I believe by breaching here... Well, let's see how it goes. Okay, no, I've got an idea now. Crap. Okay. I think if I just run to the end here. Okay, well. Whatever it takes to open the space. Right. I have ideas. That was a poor idea. All right. I gotta be real. It's this was ill-advised, or this, and actually we may find this is unsolvable still. Yep. So. Seemed like a good idea until I don't have anyone for the breach zone. So once more with feeling. Based off of that experience, though, I'm thinking we can take a different approach to this level. So, breach here. The tricky part is Yeah, actually. Oh, hang on. No, I still see possibilities here. So that lets me run up. The thing is, I'm under no obligation to I'm under no obligation to like take on the heavy gunner, right? So I think if I just run out of the way. Ah. Okay, yeah, so there isn't still, I think this is the right combo. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Move this one closer. I already wasted my move, though. So I think the problem will be if I static blast this, then yeah, Jen gets hurt. Okay. So I think the problem here is the conditions under which one character gets targeted. Yeah, so then it invites the question, like, what am I doing to protect myself here? Well, you know what? Let's see how this goes. No! All right. One more reset. I do actually need to wrap it up, but I actually think we're onto something there. I should have cleared out the explosion. You know what? Not even worrying about that one. So this gen's about to become an X gen. No! You were supposed to go by the window. Yeah, I don't get more than one grenade, so... I can't just be luck that determines that. Interesting. Damn, okay. Still not feeling super confident about this approach, but... Oops. Okay, so the grenade pops off before we can do anything. So I'm curious to see, I think they'll still take me out. Oh, maybe not. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, they're always going to go to the one. I suspect it doesn't matter what order I do this in. Yeah. So any funny business... I'm actually curious about one thing. So if I, you know, knock these folks back like this. Yeah, so really is no way of, there's got to be a way. So it's either I need to be able to find one more turn. Oops. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm making this harder than it needs to be. Yeah, I get close. But I need, I need more. Yeah, so that's not a defenestration, sadly. Okay, well the one thing I know that I need no matter what is that guy in the right spot. Bingo! All right. Sorry about the wait. You're kidding me. All right, 4 defenestrations. I like it. I'm always insecure. Never made me dream about talking to a clone before. What's different tonight? You tell me. Wait, are you doing our therapist? This isn't about me. Oh god. Oh my god. I am never telling Robin my dream self roleplayed him. Yeah, best to hide any abnormal thoughts from your therapist so he'll like you more. That's probably the play here. Alright, you're dying to tell me. Why tonight? It's finally sunk in that you're never going home. You built an identity for yourself there as a PI. You clung to it. Now you're wanted in the DSR and an illegal alien everywhere else. Hard to see how you're ever going to get another license to go snooping in people's affairs. I could do it off book. How would people find you? Word of mouth. Whose mouths? There'd be mouths. I'd find mouths. I want to stop saying the word mouths. Maybe I could make cheese. Illegal cheese. Yes. That's your plan. Yes. I wouldn't say being a PI was my identity. Last time Daryl brought in a mouse, you opened a case file. You wear your license when you go out for coffee. And Banks is the first person you've met in a year without telling them you're a PI, only because she was in the middle of murdering someone at the time. Even then you gave her a business card on the ferry, I remember. Let's just get on with this. Defenestrate 100% of the hostiles you take out. I mean, if you insist. Oh. That's interesting. So I can't bar these, it looks like. So positioning on this is going to matter quite a bit, I think. Yeah, I'm not optimistic on how I've started this off. Okay, they obliged. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. This is going to go particularly well for me over here, though. I think maybe bird in the hand is... Broom Breach might be the play here. It's only going to get me one, though. That is fun to do. Okay. I still need to defenestrate everyone, though. Let's make sure we end by a window. Question is, do I want to blow a gale grenade on it? Let's... Yeah. I'm not sure I feel super happy about that, but... At this point, I really just need to buy time. Okay, so we're gonna have a lot of these guys running around at the end of this level. But I'm reasonably confident we can see this through. My confidence has diminished. It's still fun to do, though. Okay, I'm most curious about this one. Cool. Still counts as a defenestration. So, as long as we give a merry chase on this one, I think we are good. That's just unkind how they moved them. I can work with this. Alright, obviously they're being intelligent with how they're moving. But presumably we can wait them out. Oh, that's an interesting one. So I can't just knock this one back because... Oh, apparently I can. So I want to be a little smarter about how I do it, but... I think there are unlucky consequences for this. So if I Broom Breach, then they just run and hit me. But I think if I just foresee... Oh, that's not good. I might have blown it. Yeah, they chase me faster than I can do something about it. Yeah, we got it. It's very weird to give up characters to achieve a goal. We're also almost an hour past. Alright, let's see if we can finish the story bit. You're panicking because you don't feel like a PI anymore, and you need that identity to feel valid. Oh, we're just getting right into it. There's a hole in your heart where your self-worth should be, and the job is just the latest ill-fitting thing you've tried to stuff in there to keep yourself functioning. Can you be Robin again, please? I like my insights with a little more compassion and a little less accuracy. I can't give you that. I'm the only person you have no compassion for. And Steve Clark. And Steve Clark. Come on, I'm asking you for compassion right now. And I don't know how to give it. All I can do is fixate on all the ways you're lacking. Pretty fucked up. Hey, imagine if you treated anyone else this way, except Steve Clark. Nope, yeah, I got the lesson. I'm just taking my time failing to internalize it. Can we do something less stressful, like beat up angry strangers to stop them sounding a nameless alarm in my mind? Sure, I don't see any unhealthy symbolism in that. Holy hell. Don't let anyone sound the alarm, knock out all the enemies, and finish by the end of turn 3. Well, they're not asking for much. I'm a little perplexed on how I'm supposed to get to this one. Oh, I see. I'm not so sure about the turn 3 part, but... Yeah, so Gale Grenade's not really going to help me. But you know what? Let's... Yeah, man. There's no way I'm doing this turn 3. I have thoughts. I don't feel like the Gale Grenade's a good idea here just because they're going to move immediately after. Okay, now this one may get a little more difficult. Ugh, gross. All right. We have a formula that will work. We won't get the points, but we don't lose either. Okay, well, we got to get out of the way on this one. Shoot. We can still make this work. All right, I think I know how I can make this work. Oh, well, he's going to oblige. Or maybe not. That's still not going to do the trick. Darn. I really thought we were onto something there. Well, I mean, this isn't gonna... Yeah, all this does is take out my other gen. So, at this point, I think we just buy time. Now... there might be a way to make this work. Nah, see, I still think we, go to the wrong place. I don't know if this will... yeah, that doesn't count as cover. And again, they're a heavy, so... okay, well... we're all about the heroic sacrifices here. No, that doesn't help me. Yeah, actually, at this point, I think I'm gonna go to main menu. If I have to redo some of these missions, so be it. I had an idea about... I just wanted to lock the guy in the stun, but the fact that he could move after shooting me, which is, again, more or less what the game is indicated. Yeah, that was a bit of a letdown at the very end. So sorry, I probably should have just called it at the proper time. I probably have a day at work tomorrow. I will. I'll try to get to sleep at a decent, well, as close to a decent time as I can. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play on Friday yet. It might be more of this, but I don't know. We'll see how the mood takes me. I imagine I'm going to feel pretty drained after the next couple of days, so I will. I'll do my best to start on time. But if I start a bit later, you all know why. And if nothing else, I'll just try and do more, I don't know, do more gameplay and less ranting. Hey, Immortal Velity. Hello. I am going to raid Will Shand tonight. I think he's between games based off of what I see on the screen, but anyways, he is usually a good good choice at the end of the night. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I will see you on Friday once I figure out what it is. Oh, also I should mention, I believe Monday is a Canadian holiday, so I'm going to be taking that to myself, and then Wednesday will be the local game dev meetup. So I will be off for a couple of days next week. Those are planned, but I do realize they stack on top of each other, so it will seem like I haven't been streaming for a while. There should still be like the Book of Hours videos and things like that though. So anyways, thank you everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you in the next one.